Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual journal. Any times that I refer to here are Central Standard Time. It is now 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 24th of September, 2025. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm seeing. Make sure the stream is flowing there. There we go. That I capture everything I'm seeing on my screens, and my voice over here provides some indication as to what I'm thinking. That saved me from having to multitask and do screen snaps and type and all those things to keep up the journal, which is very important, I believe. So there you go. I stream this to YouTube for purposes of accountability and transparency, and also so that I can review the stream on any other device, which is pretty handy. The streams are 7 hours long, starting now at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they end around cash close at 1500. The idea there is that, again, transparency and accountability. There's nothing can happen in the meantime. And also notice that at the bottom of my monitors, I share the monitors completely. So it indicates any open programs, also the hour, minute, second, and the date. And that ties back to Bookmap or IRT. None of this, I'm in a losing trade when the stream ends after a couple hours, and then all of a sudden, miraculously, the next day when the stream starts, that the account is higher because, oh, well, I traded overnight, or whatever other internet guru bullshit. I've heard that so much. One guy I used to laugh a lot. He was kind of funny, but named Matt. He had a trade thing, still does, I believe, but he was always doing that. He'd be in a big loser, it was $3,000-$4,000 down, and then miraculously the next morning, his account was not only back to zero, even it was up. So, ridiculous. Anyway, this stream is not, I'm not monetized in any way, so I'm in this, your likes and subs would be super, and also comments in the chat are great. Trading's a lonely business. So there we are. The idea here is that I fully share everything. I don't think there's any reason not to. And let's look at the reports now. I try to follow pretty much the same format every day. Well, we have building permits were out, and they're up just a little bit over forecast, but substantially down from previous. So can you call that a good thing? I don't know. That's if you fudge the numbers a lot on the forecast, I guess it always makes the actual look good. Anyway, we have home sales coming out at 9, and then crude inventory as usual every Wednesday at 09:30. I don't see any. This is investing.com, by the way, which is free. You can filter it however you choose for your country or reports, whether you want to see 2 stars, 3 stars, 1 star, what. It has a great facility for filtering earnings, holidays. I like it because it's a good readable snap. To me, I also track now, and that's the one I've used for years. I've also tracked Financial Juice, which is also free. You can pay, obviously. They put an ad about every second screen here. Similar idea over here on the left. It's got the docket, basically, or the calendar for the day. And then it has more of a squawk box feel over here on the right, where they'll try to update stuff as time goes by through the day. So those are the two that I have there. And that's the reporting. Basically, we've got 9 and 9:30 coming up. That's what you need to be on the lookout for. Let's look at the pre-market now, which is, of course, the important, pretty important to what we're doing. This is full session now. This is the NASDAQ. I'm sorry, this is the ES Mini. And here you see yesterday's trade. RTH session. Here is the overnight. Very muted, just a little bit of repair over this low volume area. This is the NASDAQ Mini, similar idea. Full session. This is my higher time frame view. This is an RTH session only, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I continue to pull this volume profile to encompass them. And by so doing, I get the red and green lines here, which indicate the high and the low volume nodes on this most recent volume profile. And these values push automatically to Bookmap. I'll show you that in a minute. We also get a micro composite VPOC and stuff like that. This is the market profile for the ES. I track the same thing for micros because I push these levels to various folks free. Anybody that wants the session prices, it's no problem. And then the session prices here are also pushed automatically to Bookmap. We're pretty low in volume today, only 104,000 contracts traded all night. You can see how, the thing about Renko charts is these are 24 or 12 tick Renkos, right? So price has to move that much and then some in order to put a new bar. This will give you some indication as to the volume without looking. And I also see a problem here. There we go. This little guy wasn't showing. There we are. So we're at about a percent change of a positive 0.1% change. Let's look at Bookmap. Ooh, Bookmap. This is interesting. Every 2 ticks, somebody's thrown a fairly high liquidity order in there, resting liquidity. What, isn't that interesting? What do you suppose they're trying to do? Looks like they're putting a floor under under it, doesn't it? So a couple of quick things about Bookmap. The way I run it, I put a blue vertical line at the session start of each session. That gives me a visual clue. If I glance left and see this blue line, I know that I've got the entire session so far in view here on my chart, and that's what I want. That keeps me firmly grounded in context at all times. That's to start with. Now let's get back over here to the columns. This is the dome, obviously, and this is level 2. See, isn't that cute? Interesting idea here. What would be the purpose of that, do you suppose? This is the micro composite column, which reflects all of the levels that we looked at on the micro composite chart on IRT that I enter manually. You know, we've got a higher all-time high and naked volume point of control, which was revisited yesterday, so I can take that off. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are automatically pushed to Bookmap from IRT. And this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through today, 1600. So this is the Globex. This is not the ETH session. This is the RTH session, which is will reset this morning at 8:30. This is a pretty important column to me. This is my notes column where I first change the title every morning to reflect the expected open type for the RTH session today. And the reason I changed this title to that is so that when I'm looking back at a screen snap or the recording, I can see this and instantly know our open relationship, and that's a lot of data for me. These are the session price statistics based on the open type and flagged migrating volume points of control throughout the day yesterday. Now, these will put in all these new values this morning here, the statistics and the flags as the day progresses. And the first thing I do after that then is I clear the notes. Get all that out of the way for now. Okay, let's do something here. Let's get our price ladder up to about $1 high, which is what we got now. And what would we expect our open type to be? There are only 4 of them, and it goes like this. If we opened right here, right now, there's current price, the last price traded. How would that price relate to the previous close, which is right here? So we would be higher than the close, right? And we would be in previous range. There's the overnight low and the overnight high is way, or the yesterday's high is, here's the low and the high is way above us. So we would be higher in range. Guess what? That's what we were yesterday. Now, the next column, and we'll use that data in a minute for the statistics. The next column, let me first make sure that I got everything working and I'm not Mr. Sleepy Jeans over here with mute on or some crap. I'm not a professional money stealer, i.e. / influencer, so, or con man, grifter, whatever. You know, I haven't been to that Trump University for grifting. Sorry about the comment, but anyway. Here's IRT. These are the session prices as we stand now. They push automatically. There is, let me say, first and foremost, absolutely nothing magical or mysterious about what I do, about the levels, about the prices, about the statistics. They are all straightforward. Statistics, data, period. You'll notice there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are only the following lines or levels, and they relate to the session prices. So we have the mid for the RTH session. We have a RTH VWAP. We have the POC. In this case, the muted yellow is for the full session right here. We have an VWAP for the Globex, which is this or full session here. And we have a POC for the RTH session. Now, by definition, this is the naked volume point of control for the most recent auction, RTH auction, right there. And that is because, you know, obviously we haven't had another RTH session yet, so how could it be revisited? It's still naked. Meaning it has not been revisited by price in an upcoming RTH session. All right, so another line that can be kind of confusing to some people or level or the IB high and low. Because of the naming, it stands for initial balance, and that is an old market profile term. What these 2 levels actually represent, let me show you the highs up here somewhere. Right, it's under the previous high right here. What these 2 levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That is it. Nothing more complicated. POCs, also straightforward. Point of control. Cool name. What that really represents is that marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So in the overnight session so far, we've traded 5,155 contracts. And that's why the price is right there at 67.25 half, 67.25 half. The very split second that this price trades 50 whatever it is, 55, 51, 56. Boom, it's going to go there. That's all there is to it. This is just the price marker for the marker for the price at which the most contracts have traded. There is nothing mysterious or magical about any of this stuff. I wish I could, blow smoke at you and convince you that there was, and then you give me lots of money. But that's a different, that's a different business. That's called influencer and internet guru or rearview mirror trader, etc. So let's look at now get back to the statistics at hand, okay? They are very simple also. What a surprise, huh? The statistics come from this homework study, which is just a IRT developed by Chad Payne and embellished by me a little bit. But first of all, IRT very conveniently highlights the correct open type for the RTH session. Now, coincidentally, yesterday we also opened higher in range, so it's blue. Today I expect the same thing. The way the statistic works is as follows. The system looks back over 2,000 trading days. That's the data set. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher in range 606 of those days for 30%. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 505 times, 83.3%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.3. And there you go. That's all there is to it. Now, I'm simply going to step down each one of these, one after the other. The next one, order of business, is 76.7, and that's the overnight mid. And the overnight mid is right there, and that is 76.7. Boom. The overnight high, 75.6. I think it's important that you notice. Let me get these wound out too. I always try to keep, first, I don't always try to keep, I always keep the full session in view. And I try to keep these as best I can 1 point increments on this price ladder. Sometimes if the range gets too big, too extended, I can't do that, but most of the time I can. And I do that because it gives me a sense of uniformity and scale. I know relative price movement, what that can mean, all right? So let's move now to the next one here. So the overnight high. So what I was going to point out was we're at 67.28 and 67.12. So that's about 17 handles all night. This is the entire overnight range. And these boys stepped in here to say, no, you're not coming down here anymore. I believe they put a floor under this, and that's why we're here. Right under settlement. And the overnight low. Let's keep going back to our statistics now. We just did the overnight high. Previous value area high, 71.5. Previous value area high, 71.5. Now, the difference between value area high and developing value area high or low are developing is for the current auction and value area high and low are for the previous auction. And I adjust my IRT charting after we open so that the value area high and low represent the previous RTH auction, and obviously then the developing would be for the current RTH auction. And I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So I'll continue with the statistics here in a second. I've got to do one other thing that I do every morning at 8:20. And that is my snap. God damn. And that's my snap for the TLab. And the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Bookmap Discord chat room. Started by a guy named Tom B., who I believe is, as he says, he is a professional trader. He's been at it since 1980, like 46 years. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. I'm saying in the TLab, which is a Discord chat room, sponsored by Bookmap. But I believe him to be the real deal. So I always try to give him a nod every day. And I have a couple of snaps I do in there every morning. One is at 8. It's about 6 o'clock. I post the numbers, and at 8:20 I post this, which gives any of the folks in the TLab there all the numbers they could possibly want. If they don't have necessarily the same kind of charting. So let's get back to the statistics here that I was doing. And where was I now? We had just gotten through value area high. Previous close is 70.5. Let's zoom back over here to the previous close, which is right there. And that is 70.5. Okay. What's next? IB high. Can't get up there yet. Overnight low. Wait a minute, that's not right. IB low is a 60.0. I want to show you this for a reason. Here's the IB low, right? So that's 60.0 and IB low. Wow. I always put the initials because, remember the definition here. The IB high and low just mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the moment we reopen the new RTH, these levels are going to jump down there or up there, whichever way it goes, to the high and the low. No longer will they be here. And I want to know what was here. What the hell was it? 60.0, right? So was the IB low. There you go. Where am I now? Previous high is 56.6. And that happens to be, coincidentally, the high, the IB high, because you see, we put in the IB high, the RTH high yesterday and never went back. Never looked back. Value area low, 54.8. Overnight low, 49.5. And as you can imagine, I am just kind of hurrying now because I had to step away there for a minute. Previous low is 35.1. Now it's, what's this? Value area low? Yep. Value area low is 54.8. Now, look at this. Here's value area low, and here's the previous low, RTH low. 55.8 is the value area low, and 35.1 is the 54.8 is the previous low. Obviously, it's important that you understand these are statistics, right? These are just probabilities of the number of times that these levels were revisited when we opened higher in range. Case closed. We're going to open now in 2 minutes, so I'm going to stop talking about this and get on to something a little more important, which is being able to trade. In order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And then you need to select a way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart, only place you can trade with your mouse is this chart column, active data column. The DOM, the only place you can trade with the mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, guess what? Yep, both of them. There you go. Now I select and trade and use the multi-brackets, and this is the risk management, risk-neutral methodology. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can have because you need an even number of contracts. 2 contracts. You select a stop location for the entire package. In my case today, and usually I select 12 ticks based on account risk parameters, volatility, etc. The minute this has been decided, your T1 profit or your risk neutral scale is automatically set. It's at half of the package, and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop would be negative, and then you have a runner. That's all there is to it. I also select, I'm kind of hurrying, I'm sorry. I also select the multi-account thing so that when I make one trade, it's pushed to 4 others. Okay. Now we're ready to trade. You notice that I've got all the parameters up here. The metrics equal here, the same as here. And I don't need any of these brackets things or tools on the trade control panel because I use multi-bracket. So I confirm the package size. I click the padlock again so the trade control panel stays active. The trading functionality stays active. And I have all the same data here in ticks and cancel and close. And we're ready to rock. We are open. And we didn't reset. So that's irritating. Let's see how long it takes for this stupid thing to reset now. You worked fine yesterday. Whoever that is, I don't know. Why is that not resetting today? That's pretty annoying. There we reset. 1 minute late. What does that mean? Does that mean that I think it means? Which is what, I don't know. Okay, let's get over to the charting now. We got a little bit of we got some lag going on with our updating. This doesn't look right. We can put our first migrating V volume point of control flag there. I think we also had one up here, and yes, and there's the open. So let's put one there. And this is bullshit. This should be up here. I've had a big problem with Bookmap resetting this particular volume profile column correctly. And I've been dancing with issues between my clock synchronization with rhythmic. Now I have rhythmic set to re-sync my computer clock with the rhythmic server every 2 minutes and expected, hold on. Oh, sorry, sneeze attack. And expecting that that's going to be correct because it seems that Bookmap gets out of whack. Well, I don't know what came blowing through the air here, but I'm having a sneeze attack like nobody's business. Excuse me. And I sneeze pretty loud, so I don't want to deafen everybody here. What I was going to do over here now, I need to reset my my charting to day session only. Now we have yesterday's RTH and today. And what that does is it automatically sets the value area high. Oop. Yeah, there we go. And low to be reflecting the previous RTH session, not this just past ETH. And if you don't understand that, I can explain it for you. Just so once I get through doing this, because I'm not Mr. Multitask guy, as I said before. All right. Yeah, the reason I need to do that is for the levels, the price levels, which I push freely to anybody who could use them. A lot of people do. And I start pushing those prices at these session prices, 1,700 on Sunday night, 24/7 or 24/5 through Friday night. At cash close. So now my next workflow, which I mentioned earlier, is to put a new and improved vertical line at session start. Boom, that's good enough. So this blue line is just my visual reference to be sure that I have the entire session in view. And here's our entire session so far. Now, we looks like we're getting kind of okay with our IB high and low. Man, having I don't know what, some sort of an attack over here. Sneezing and itchy eyes and God knows what's going on. Okay, so what's happened here? Well, we took out our overnight volume point of control. We have taken out our mid, right? Overnight mid, yeah. And trading back up. Isn't it coincidental how these things are so plan comes together, right? We haven't gotten up to our overnight high yet by a tick. This was the mid, is now down where it belongs. And here we go. We're off and running. We have also not taken out the previous overnight volume point of control, which is right there. Close is right there. There we go. And the value area low, I'm getting right. There you go. When I have these screwed down real tight, I can't get the levels to work. I'm not handy at that. So here we are. open, rotational. I would expect that we are going to have an open auction because there's, overnight inventory was basically zero, basically neutral. There was no skew one way or the other. You might expect that there would be a bit of profit taking against yesterday. Here's yesterday's RTH session, but and let's look over here. Here's yesterday's RTH. Okay, but wasn't that profit taking against this big up move day before on Friday? Or whatever day it was, Monday. There you go. So yeah, you have to be, I don't know, I shouldn't say careful, but be mindful of where you sit with when you start thinking about developing ideas here, You want to be really sure you don't try to predict anything. You can anticipate. And, now come on. You can anticipate and you can have a theory, but trade what you see, not what you think. It's probably really good advice. So what have I forgotten to do? Say, whoops, we're on the wrong charting. There we go. Okay. It looks like things are working. The stream is trickling along down the hill. And I think we're open, huh? There you go. Yeah, I believe we are. Get my timeline chapters, whatever they're called, plopped in there. What are they called? Chapters, okay. Chapter markers. In other words, it's just comments so you can search the timeline of the stream. Who's going to watch all 7 hours? I'm sure as hell none. Been doing a lot of work with, finally made some serious progress with the back testing, so I'm able to have that working. That'll save me a lot of time, which has just been mega painful here. I've been vetting the IB trades, of which there are two, in case you don't know. There's the IB continuation and the IB failure. I've got one more trade to put on here, and win, which takes both profit targets. So if I get a stop, then it'll be more than one trade. But I need one more trade to profit targets, and then all 5 of these accounts are over the hump and along the way. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the pre-market or not because I was in a hurry. The concept here is that this account that you see and the trading upon it, and you remember that I clicked the trade copy thing or the multi-account trading. That is because this is a TopStep evaluation account, as are all of the other 4. They are all within one trade of over the profit target, which would mean they're the next step is the XFA. What my plan was with this, or my thinking was to accurately, with complete transparency and accountability, record the complete process from zero to hero with this prop idea. There you are. Rhythmic data, market by, MBO market buy order data. This is level 2. I don't know what else to say. Both programs, both Bookmap and IRT, are driven by the same rhythmic data connection. So let's see what's happening here in Volumeville. Well, we're at about 79% of average volume for this time of day, and we're way down low on our ATRs, just 2.25 points per rotation. This is average 2 range per minute. Open interest, harmonic rotations, some statistics. Just, kind of a work in progress chart, much like the back test setup over here. And boom, let's get back to the business at hand. Got another VPOC migration lower. What's that mean? I don't know. One thing I forgot to mention, I'm sure, when I was talking about how you set up to be able to trade with Bookmap, you can also enable hotkeys on your keyboard, which I have done, and because I used to trade with only a hotkeys or the keyboard. But in order for the hotkeys to work, you need to have the focus of the computer on the application, and that's not a Bookmap thing. That's all programs, iOS, Apple, and OS, and all that stuff. In other words, if I've been clicking over here, for example, on something in IRT, and I look across at Bookmap and want to enter a trade with a keyboard, it isn't going to work because the computer focus is still on IRT. So I would need to click over here somewhere on the application to bring the focus here. Obviously, that you don't need to think about that when you're trading with a mouse because it's automatic. Our little levels are still holding up here. Look at these boys. Every 2 points, 2 ticks, right up the horn. Boom, 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 boom. That's pretty funny. I've not really noticed that before. One other time, a week or so ago, I saw some similar behavior. I'm not sure. I would guess they're just putting in a floor. Whoops, I think I'm going to sneeze some more here. Hold on. All right, so just a comment about spoofing and these kinds of levels and damn, what's going on here now? Just a note or a thought about spoofing, or which I guess we all know what spoofing is, or like these kinds of levels here, every 2 ticks, 100 plus contracts resting at every 2 ticks. It's resting liquidity. Will they trade out? Who the hell knows? Is it real? Who the hell knows? Spoofing is obviously not real. Look at this. We got 706 contracts up here at wherever we are, 29.5. Came in the market right there. Bracket off both sides. Is that real? Is that a spoof? Who knows? But here's my thinking about all that. Or this is, I guess, a question. Maybe somebody knows. I can't put 700 contract order in the market or 100 contract order in the market because I don't have the horsepower and the account for it. If you do, good for you. But my point is, for someone to put 100 contract order in the market, or even a couple of someones, they have to have the account size and the leverage and all those things large enough for the exchange to accept that this is the real level 2, right? For the exchange to accept that order. Now, I don't think people that can put a 700, say it's one guy, say it's 3 guys, whatever. I don't think an outfit or traders that have the account size that can swing 700 contracts spend a lot of time doing things for fun. I think they have an ulterior motive. I don't think it's like, hey, Joe, look at this. I'm going to put in a market for 700. Let's see what happens. Let's see what the retail guys do. I don't think they do that. I think there's a purpose and a mission for everything they do. Maybe I'm wrong completely, but that's my opinion. So that raises the question with me, what the hell are they trying to achieve? What are these guys trying to achieve right here? Whoever these guys are. That's something I don't know. And that's a question that I think about whenever I see this kind of behavior, or this 705 contracts up here. What I would say, just without thinking about it too hard, is these guys, they want to be damn sure that the market doesn't get outside of these levels. The next question is, are these big liquidities, this big level of liquidity, is this a lid on the pot? Or is this a magnet? Well, we're trading through the 2s down here. And they're trading out, I think, aren't they? Or are they lifting off? I wasn't watching. Yeah, they traded out. And then they refreshed. So if that was a magnet, it worked pretty well. And I can't say I know why that is. Now we are approaching news time, 9 o'clock, and a report time, and then we have the crude stuff at 9:30. Has there been some random risk events going on that I don't know about here? Not really. 9 o'clock, we got new home sales, and then 9:30 is the crude. And I don't see, well, Bissett is talking, so, well, he was. It got over, though, at 7:49. So, I don't guess that's a big deal. Yeah. I don't know. Not updating right. I don't know why. I guess my time clock may be goofy with this thing. I don't know. Oh, they fell out of bed on that one, huh? Look at there. My. Bingity bangity bongity. Notice how the line is not synced with the level, the flag. That is a known behavior. The data from IRT that drives both of these, this indicator and this flag, is automatic, instantaneous, and the same exact data. The difference is the configuration allowed by Bookmap for the cloud note column, which is here, and this indicator, which was purchased through Bookmap. The lowest refresh time I can set on the cloud note column is 1 minute, and whoever coded this indicator obviously set it for less, and so sometimes they get out of sync, but they always line right back up, and I realize that, and I don't care anymore. It is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. Well, all the twos got traded through. Huh? Look at there. Bam, 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 bam. Without a problem. I guess that, what do you suppose that means? Remember that we're in the RTH. This is the ES. This is the session start marker. Just my visual clue. Obviously, we're pushing that IB low like we did yesterday. Here's yesterday's high of day and IB high, and they never look back. Remember over here now, we've got the micro composite volume point of control. We've got probably a naked BPOC or two. Here's from today. We already took out the one from yesterday. We've got one below us just down here below the micro composite VPOC. All of those are in the are also reflected in my micro composite column from Bookmap, in Bookmap right here. And my workflow now, we've taken this this naked volume point of control from yesterday. This is where this was the POC location from the RTH session yesterday when we closed. What I do is, my workflow consists, I change the text color on stale levels, already visited levels, whatever you want to call them, to black. And then usually every evening, or definitely usually in the weekends, I try to always just take them off. Why? Why? So we're pushing that low down some more. And what do we have below us here? Well, we've got the previous. Notice that yesterday's RTH session had no real excess at the bottom below the value area low. This blue section is the value area. You could make an argument that it was a trend day, and in a trend day there isn't a value area because price is seeking value. But you see how it's gray here, and it's gray here, and it's blue here. That's more typical. Value area is simply the price range where it's actually 68 and change % of the volume of the contracts or trades or the volume transacted. But to keep aligned with everybody else, typically uses 70%, so I do that. Mm-hmm. Yesterday was kind of interesting in that we had a little flurry, as always, at the Open with the POC, and they stayed at the same level the entire day until the last 10 minutes or something. You can see that over here. There you go, a little flurry. POC did not move until after 2. Interesting, huh? Remember, the POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, or the most fair price, or retail, or whatever you want to, however you want to think about it. The most agreed place to trade by all traders, whatever, however you want to look at it. So here we go into 9 o'clock, a minute and a half. We'll get the building permits or build their new home sales. All right. Here we go. Well, we've got a bit of a range now today. We've got about 22 handles. That's a little better. And we are, for all intents and purposes, we are directional at the moment, as opposed to the last days where we've been real rotational and then gone directional. making my IB continuation or failure trades less obvious. My vetting process that I was referring to a little while ago is around the IB trades, of which there are two. The IB failure, which would be suggested by a rotational day, because the IB failure is just a fancy name for mean reversion. It's a fancy name for mean reversion trade based on the IB statistic, which is the IB high or low. And another VPOC migration. Oh boy, oh boy. There's a standing joke about that thing. I would guess, yes, there's our building permits or home sales number. And let's see what we have to see over here. Oh, quite a substantial bump. 200K new home sales in August. That's pretty much of a surprise. Why would that be? Do you wonder? I don't know. Building costs haven't come down. Building materials haven't become less expensive. Interest rates have gone up. Why? It could be kind of seasonality in the fact that it's a typical time of the year when there is a lot of home shuffling. Don't know what's going on over here. Seasonally adjusted annual rate. Seasonally adjusted, okay, so they already took that into consensus. And here we were in August 20, and it's been just down ever since. Now we did have a little uptick this year. Okay. So there we go. Boop. Little boop there. Well, we're around the 9 o'clock hour now, so we will start heading into the way I do this now is, as I said, I put this marker on the session start to keep the entire day session or current auctioning session in view. The reason I want to do that is I find it really important to have an accurate concept of the context for that session or the day. I mean, obviously, we know the context on the highest time frame is up, right? But the context for the day so far is down. It's more or less directional. We've had VPOC migrations 1, 2 lower, and we've extended the IB low. So at this moment, context would suggest shorts because you don't want to be a counter trend trader, in my opinion. Or, trade counter to the context of the day. We still have one more, the EIA, which is crude inventories, coming up here. And also fast approaching is the IB statistic. Now, the IB statistic is the following. Best picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Here's our open type today. Here are the 4 open types possible. This is the IB statistic. There is a greater than 97.9% probability in all 4 open types, today being 98.0% probability that the IB high or low will be exceeded or revisited by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. Now, that is not a statistic now, yet, excuse me, because we are still, the IB is still forming, right? The low is continuing to go down, the high would continue to go up until 9:30, the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So there you go. After 9:30, then that statistic becomes active, and that's when the 2 initial balance trades, which I have been vetting, are on the table. And make sure I've got everything set up properly here. And that doesn't mean anything's going to happen or that I'm going to do that, but that's, until then, that is the possibility. So what am I anticipating now? Well, what has the market been doing? It's been going down, right? Even with a big home sales story, it isn't having too big a pump. The market is more or less directional, not rotational, and it's down. So I would be expecting an IB continuation trade short. We'll see. One thing that I think is really important is do not trade towards the statistic. I had real bad experience, or I have data that supports that not being a good idea. What do I mean by that? I mean the following. Well, here's the IB low. We know the statistic sets in at the bottom of the hour. So I'm all excited about wanting to trade here, and we're below the VWAPs in the mid and the overnight, and we're getting right here close to the POC. And here's our IB low just below us down here. So the minute we get to this POC, I'm going to go short, trade toward the IB low for that statistic. That was a real bad experience for me, or that is bad data for me. I don't mean bad data. What I mean is that does not have a positive expectancy. Let's put it that way. And that's the whole point of what we're trying to accomplish here. Approaching trading as a business, not a video game or gambling or adrenaline rush or whatever. Typically, the EIA number doesn't have much effect on the ES, the indices. That's a crude inventory number. Okay, so 10 minutes to the IB set. Well, I don't know where I was a minute ago, but basically, as we approach the initial balance, then, and I think, I expect I may interact with the market. I can zoom in as tight as I want to get to look at the trigger or whatever it is. But through the balance of the day, I find it very, very helpful to keep the entire session in view. Okay. 10 minutes here. That 700 went away. Not surprising. And all of our 2-lot boys got taken out down here. Boys and girls. Traders, whatever it is. Okay, 3 minutes or 2.5 until the IB set. At which point the high will no longer move, nor will the low, IB low or high. We're looking at a range of 28.7, so say 21 points. And we're just parked right on top of the IB or the POC. What do you want? And this is the full session VPOC, which is now migrated down, and the RTH is migrated up. So we have them both aligned finally. Once again. Okay, there we are. It's 9:30. It's past 9:30. The IB statistic is now active. The IB low will no longer move down, nor will the high move up. And there is a greater than 98% probability in an open type of higher in range that we will exceed price at some point in the balance of this RTH trading session. Will exceed the high, the IB high or the IB low. I've recommended not trading towards the statistic, and I will repeat that. And who the hell knows which it's going to be? And this is not a very easy statistic to trade to, or to trade, because it could be 1 millisecond from now or before they close at 1600. How the hell do you know? And notice that we were pretty much directional, and now we're filling it in, right? We're starting to develop what would be referred to as a B-shaped profile, which is indicative of long liquidation. Not surprising. Okay, now what are we doing here? Just in the hold. We've had that rig, that inventory number. There's no more, unless there's some random unrecognized risk befalls us here today. We should be out of the woods, I hope. Let's see if there's any. Oops, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this right over here. Okay. Well, fear and greed. That's interesting. This is crypto. Who cares? There's the petroleum stuff. If you're interested in the balance sheet and what the expectation is for the West Texas Intermediate, it's all available. And got a crazy Ivan going on here. Boo, hiss, boo. Well, what are we doing now, boys and girls? We're leveling up. Going to turn this into a B-shaped profile here, which is long liquidation. And it could just rotate around this fractal for the rest of the day. You never know. I want to give some insight now into my thinking here. Another crazy Ivan. In this environment, I'm looking for A plus trades only, minimize my risk exposure. And so in that context, you need to be aware. I must be aware, and I am, of the fact that my goal here is not a risk neutral scratch. My goal is 12 points to the profit target. And if I don't see that without a whole lot of obstacles in the way, like right here, for example, I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to sit on my hands. And I am real sick of doing that. But on the other hand, overtrading and trading against my plan is more painful. There we go again. Boo. Well, god damn. Monday, I think it's going to be a quiet day and have workmen scheduled. The IB continuation trade was about as as clean and clear a setup and as you could have possibly imagined. And I'm busy looking from afar at my monitors while I'm pushing computer racks around here in my office to allow these guys in and around them. Yesterday, not conducive to trading for me. Completely a rotational morning until the IB set, and then went instantly directional and took off and never came back. So that wasn't part of my trading plan for the IB, to finish up this vetting process. And now here we are stuck in the frickin' middle. Had about all the fun with this vetting crap I realize how important it is, and I will certainly not I will certainly finish it up, but it's boring, like watching the grass grow. Apparently I can't do anything but exit now. Bookmap has fallen over to do with MBO data. So we're going to have to restart here. God, magic. And I can't shut this stupid thing off long enough to save the damn thing. Frickin' pop-ups continuing. I can't save the data. I mean, I can't save the workspace. Jesus Christ. It just keeps falling over. Well, I guess we're going to have to exit here, huh? I don't know what it's going to do now. I guess Bookmap is completely taken a dump. From the looks of it, I can't do anything here. Get out of here with your stupid frickin' report shit. Well, that's pretty annoying. Yeah. Well, you know, old IRT keeps chugging along over here. There goes my, man, I tell you. Well, inconsistent MBO data. I got your inconsistent data right here. Well, we'll just redo all of this noise and see what we get now. That's really freaking annoying, to put it exactly mildly. And I'm pretty sure that hello?
Hey, Mr. Bill, it's Travis over.
Yeah, hey Travis, thanks for calling. I saw an email from the lady. I had seen an email from Orkin and I thought it was the invoice, and I opened it after I saw her email this morning, and it was just some bullshit about a survey. So if you guys can send me that, you know, obviously I need it. I have the record for the credit card, but she wants a copy for her files as well. So.
I just left the office and I checked with Arlene, our admin. She just sent it, so I was calling to see if you got it.
Oh, okay. Stand by. Let me look and see. I'm having something else fall over on its head over here. Hold on. Orkin, bill is ready to view. Yes, I got. Bill is ready to view. I seem to have gotten it all. From Rosario, right? Wow.
Well, it says branch manager, Efahim Del Rosario, Hamley Suite, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's just looks like a form. It was just this morning at 10:01. It was a couple, 3 minutes ago. I'm trying to see how to see the damn thing. Oh, here we go. Paid invoice. Now if PDF will get its shit together, we'll be all set. Yeah, not sure it adds up very correctly, but total amount paid is $2,000. It says termite bait servicing 1,571. It doesn't add up to $2,000. She's got it shows that I've only paid $2,000 here, I think. Yeah, well, there's no tax. What it says is termite bait servicing completion, $1,451.58. Tax, $1,571. Termite bait servicing, $396. Tax, $32. And then she's got in brackets $1,571.34. It didn't carry across the $3,000 and then make a total of $2,000. The invoice doesn't make any sense. Well, what's happened is it hasn't added the termite bait servicing initial monitoring of $396 before tax. It hasn't added that in, and the amount due, it's just got a bracket. It doesn't show that amount was paid. It says total payment amount $2,000. So I guess that's okay, and that nothing is required. So yeah, I guess it's all right. I'll send it off to her. I don't think. No, it looks correct. It just seems kind of funny to me because it's got I bet you it screws up the lady. It's got $1,571 amount due. And then on the next line under termite bait servicing, it's got $1,571.34 in brackets. Doesn't show the payment. And then it says total payment amount $2,000. It doesn't add the two of them together and then show the payment and then please remit. So yeah, if you can check it out, that's cool. In the meantime, I'll stand by a minute or two, and then otherwise I'll forward it to Stella. Okay, thanks a lot, Prince.
Wow. So this is just mega pisses me off, and I'm on the phone with that guy about the invoice being upside down. So this day is not off to a very good start, is it? Nothing was saved. Was it? No. So none of the levels, none of the statistics, nothing was saved. Boy, that's freaking irritating. I will have to go back and reloop through all of this stuff. Bookmap fell on its head completely. I am sure that nothing else is working. Let's know there's no trading available. Wow, that really and truly sucks. This is very definitely not the IBI statistic from before. I'll have to look and see what's going on now. Son of a gun. That's pretty darn disappointing. Hey, Richard, things are upside down here. My Bookmap just crashed big time. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I could care less if it had an issue with MBO data for a minute, but it just kept going over and over and over again. And finally, it demanded that I restart the program, and it didn't save anything. So I'm going to try to start back from the get-go here, which is pretty darn disappointing. You can see where we are session-wise. Approaching the IB low again. Let's see if I can get this stuff figured out. I'm just going to quickly run through this and get things set up here, I hope. Quickly. Okay, that should be that. That should be that. It should be off over here. Of course, you would want to be real cautious about taking a trade when things are upside down with your gear. We are into the IB stat trade, 30 minutes. There's the high and the low. That part's all right. I don't have any of the statistics brought back in here or any of the current flags that were going on for the IB trades. There's been only one news out there, or two news out this morning. There's the EIA inventories, and earlier was new home sales. I don't think there's any. Here's this guy back. Yeah, all right. So, well, we didn't get our thing out yet, did we? I don't know what I'm doing here now. This is not good. This is a scenario of being on tilt, and that's a real bad place to be. And wasn't feeling all that great this morning. I think I had too much caffeine. Down here, Wyatt would pick. Well, this is not. This is from yesterday. Oh shit! The bed. These are from yesterday. Oh man, it because I hadn't. Hello? 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 Some bullshit. Here we go with the IB low, and now I'm completely upside down with this system. I don't think I will be. All of the statistics here are incorrect. I didn't save the workspace, never even thought about it, actually. I will say one thing about Bookmap. It's fairly stable. This is like one of the few times I've ever remembered it falling over in the middle of a trading day. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. See? Yeah, it fell over on its ass completely here. So I'm gonna clear these notes and get back to now. See why I put in my in my comments here, don't trade to the statistic. Look at that. There we set it. Right here was the IB set at whatever 9:30 went by right here. Look at that. Boy, if you traded to that statistic from up here at 9 down here to 5, you're pretty disappointed about life, eh? Yeah, okay, well, good. And I don't feel like I'm the Lone Ranger. But what I will do, as much as I freaking hate to say this, is take a step back and regroup. Fortunately, IRT is just ticking along as expected. Yeah. So we have not taken a statistic yet. Therefore, I do not have a reason to be anticipating or, trying to get involved with a trade. I do have my brackets back on now. I've got the I'm going to make sure I've got everything right here. Multi-accounts done, I think. Yes, okay, great. Multi-brackets. Yep. Okie dokie. I've made some interesting progress on backtesting, Richard. I'll show that here in a little bit. If you're interested, I've backtested the IBC and IBF back 500 days. Now that I've got the proper, got it working properly with this sequential set of rules. Oh, Christ, here we go again. Well, that's it for me for trading here today. I'm not going to be trying to fight this one. I'm smart enough to know that this is not a good idea. And that's going to be it for me. I will monitor and continue. Jesus, Christopher Christ. I will monitor and continue to stream. Focus on IRT. What I tried to do last time was continue. It doesn't work. Refuses to come right. This happened last time, about 300 of these later. And I was, and now it's going to exit again and crash. And you can't save it. I tried to save it with all these pop-ups. It wouldn't let me get in there and save what I had already established. So you can't. And it's not putting a pop-up down here, which is pretty bad news. Typically, there should be a pop-up down here that MBO is no good. Well, I'm going to just do this. And maybe I'm not. Well, son of a bitch. Okay. Screw 'em. Let's look over here, huh? The problem, I am not confident enough now with my setup here to trade in on IRT. So I would have thought it were my issue, and I would have restarted Rhythmic And in fact, I will do so. So I'm gonna pause my data so this thing doesn't start throwing up errors and squawking. I'm gonna restart Rhythmic. And then I'm gonna go out and son of a bitch. Excuse my French, but you know. Okay. Restart the data. Restart Bookmap. Wow, that's just real freaking annoying, I'll tell you. Oh, yeah, this is a lot of fun here, huh? Well, now I'll tell you one thing. Here's the good side. I was not in a trade. That'll raise the sphincter factor on you about a multiple gazillion % if you're in a trade when that happened. This is but however, having said all of that, it is a super, super important reason why you very definitely need to have orders in place, including your full brackets, stops, targets, etc. This is my opinion. Remember, it's my stream, right? And my journal to myself. And why it is you need to have all of those orders in place and server side, not computer side. If Bookmap falls on its head after you've put your orders in, at some point in time, then that's not your problem anymore. So let's see if this frickin' holds up. I'm going to save this damn thing just to see if I'm getting at another colleague that Garrett has I was under the impression that Bookmap automatically, this only makes sense to me, automatically saves your current workspace. but apparently not. I don't mean in the case of this error, but I mean like if I shut this thing down, I would expect to open it back up and have this workspace configuration as it is now saved. But Garrett had a problem with that. He hadn't looked at Bookmap in a while and opened it up, and apparently his work. Oh, here we go. Well, that's it for me for Bookmap. I'd say, Richard, let's meet up at the bar. Which pub's close close by you? I can be there in about 8 hours, I guess. And consistent MBO data. Who gives a shit? I don't even. Oh, I do have steps and icebergs. Okay. Well, it's throwing this error now. It didn't do this a minute ago. But with this pop-up here, you cannot do anything else. I don't have an order. What order the hell are they talking about? I have no order in this on the book. I'm going to copy that for goddamn sure. I don't have any orders placed. Now, I'm assuming that this means an MBO order tag. Right here. Oop. Right here. Sorry, I wasn't showing the screen. Well, that's a lot of fun, isn't it? Let's see if it can continue. No, it cannot continue. Well, I'm going to stop doing this. It just keeps bouncing back and forth. Typically, you can just say continue, right? And it will do so. But this thing is having a big crisis now. And I'm through screwing with it. What was that? Well, anyway, okay. So I straightened out that other thing. I'll call this brokerage account. I'm going to ask them a couple of questions. I'll try to get something accomplished while I'm standing here being screwed by my best friend Bookmap. You know, when you pay a lot of money for something, you don't expect nonsense. Of course, this is just, who knows? And they'll blame it on data, I'm sure. But I've restarted Bookmap. I've restarted Bookmap twice and restarted Rhythmic now. And I might point out that Rhythmic is just ticking along perfectly fine over here on IRT without issue. So there's a lot to be said for keep it simple, stupid, I guess, isn't it? There you go. This little bunch of liquidity land down here every 2 ticks was kind of interesting. I pointed this out early, part of the stream with the snap and whatnot, but they did trade right through it. What they were trying to accomplish there, I don't know. And at one point, we had 700 contracts laying up here at about 29, I think it was, or right in here somewhere. There was 700 of them laying in the book. Oh. So I'm going to not bother. It's still trading, by the way. Notice this. It's still processing the data. So this is some other random crap. Let's just throw this over here. And I wish I could just minimize it somehow, but you can't do anything with it. It's pop-up, right? Well, maybe. Oh, look at here. Maybe I can just do that. And just let the stupid thing, let it think. At least we're getting at least Bookmap is still plotting. That's pretty interesting. I would certainly never in a gazillion years put a trade against it, of course, but you know, that's me. And here's the problem. You see all of these dots? That's impossible. That's completely impossible. And I don't think I can do anything anywhere. I don't think I can. No. Once I've got the, once there's a pop-up, you can't do anything with the program. Okay. Well, that's a lot of fun. It's still ticking over down here. Kind of funny to see if it keeps up. Can do nothing, of course, because there's a pop-up window open. So it's impossible to do anything. So I will probably put this mic on mute here and call the get to the bottom of some of these questions I have for this my brokerage, my new. I converted my 401k thinking there was too much uncertainty around Fed cut, Fed rate, and all of the inconsistencies with the administration, to have that being managed by somebody else. Not a lot of money, very little amount, but it's what I've got, right? So I closed that and brought it over to an IRA, which I can trade. And I got a couple of questions to ask them. I'm feeling a little shaky this morning here, on whether it's too much caffeine or blood pressure. So I want to make sure my wife is it's my beneficiary in case I fall over dead, which I'll do one of these days. But I'm hoping it's not today. I got a couple things I like to do first. This is funny. Oh no. Okay, I see it now. Yeah, it's funny that the damn thing is still ticking, but I haven't been to IRT, or what do you call it, Bookmap. But yeah, it's probably. Well, there was a perfect, absolutely. Where am I? Okay, there's a really great IB continuation setup right there. Not a lot of room, only 5 handles to the first targets, which is not very good, right? But take the statistic, trade back up to a level here where we get rejected and come back down through it. So that would have been, of course, woulda, shoulda, coulda. With, as the old saying goes, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first. There you go. I can't remember the last time this happened, but when it was on the application side of the monitor, obviously things can happen on our side of the monitor, which is only, internet connection go out or something like that locally. But as far as these applications falling over, it's pretty rare. And when you think about all the moving parts involved for us to be able to do all the analysis we do of the market and trade it Pretty phenomenal. Pretty amazing technology these folks have put together. You see that we're still trading. We did have a pretty perfect micro IB continuation trade. This was not the IB stat, I don't think. You might call it that if you squint your little eyes. This definitely was. Down, back up to this level, can't get anywhere and come back through it. That's the IB continuation setup, in my opinion. Now, would I have taken it given the fact that there was really very little room, only 3 points to the scale, and then a big pile of liquidity living down here? Probably not, but there you are. I'm going to now mute off here and try to get something accomplished besides making noise. Well, yeah, here goes that IB continuation trade, huh? Son of a bitch. I'm sorry, but that's the only way I can really express my my true feelings here. As you can see, Bookmap is still upside down. I can't reset anything. Let's try it again. Not that I would trade under these circumstances, but no, it just keeps firing that error again, and I'm not going to close it off. Well, we'll watch the trade, and I'll be pissed. Boy, that IB continuation is rocking, isn't it? Son of a bitch. That is just perfect. I couldn't trade if I wanted to. And to be honest, I don't want to, but you know, wow. Talk about timing is everything. And they're going to take out that the MCVPOC here pretty soon. I don't know if I can. I can't do anything here. I can't do anything with these pop-ups in a way that I don't think. No. Man, it's already after 11. Holy smokes. Well, Richard, I'm going to have to just keep finding other stuff to do here. Sorry about that. Anybody else on the stream? I apologize, but you see what's going on with Bookmap. IRT is, of course, just ticking over perfectly like normal. And there we are. We're about down to that weekly expected move. Whatever the hell that means. So, yeah. I hope you, if you're in a trade, I hope you're have your orders server side, and then you're just sitting back, you know, looking for good news. If you're in a trade and you don't have your stops and targets server side, you better be sweating bullets and have a different way figured out to flatten out. Now, that's why I have these things up here. If I have an order on, I can flatten and cancel from this one. I can also do it from Rhythmic. If you don't have that capability, then oops, not a good thing for you, unfortunately. Are you rich yet, Richard? Boy, if you were short on that going into that drop, that's congratulations. I'm a little bit depressed. I can't quite figure this out, but I guess the trading gods are not smiling on me today. Well, I guess it should be said here that if you're doing this as a business, you need to have backup stuff. I'm not in a trade. We're not particularly upset about this problem today, but I do have, in addition to IRT, I could fire up and trade with Rhythmic, with, well, yeah, I could trade with Rhythmic as far as the Rhythmic Pro, get out of, close any orders, right, with the Rhythmic interface. I also have Jigsaw, which is right here. And I could start that up, which has got a phenomenal dome, and trade it just like trading it, baby. I'm pretty partial to the trade copying and the execution multi-brackets, etc. that Bookmap has going now. But if I were in a trade, for example, I could get out of it a multitude of ways. I could get out of it by flattening all here on IRT. That doesn't work. I've got the Rhythmic I've got the Rhythmic trying to find the right page here. Order history, and I could cancel, get out of it that way, flatten all that way. Flatten all that way. And I could, now I got a mess going on, Jesus. I could also start up Jigsaw because they all connect to Rhythmic, which is where my order processing is actually being directed. Let's exit this just for fun. Well, that's what a pain in the ass. I hope you were short, Richard, or had gotten short on this IB continuation. This started long ago, long before here, so I was not remotely involved. So there we go. And now let's see what Mr. Jigsaw's got to say for himself. This is going to take some stuff because I haven't signed on or updated the symbols here in a while. This is my Jigsaw dome. Now I'll need to, I'm still back on ESU. I'll need to update the download the symbols and correct to the upper to the updated symbol. Trading back in 1,000. That's pretty funny, huh? And the connection thing here. Boom. Well, we're connected. This is probably one of the smoothest well thought out, redundant platforms you can run into, but it's primarily based around the dome. The heat map, their version of a heat map is really poor. And I don't even remember how to use it anymore. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I don't even remember. I don't think. Thought it was pretty simple there, but ooh, I want to do that. I don't think. That's to be able to trade. Here's our setup. How do you do the symbol? I never remember this. There we are. Z. Now this will update to Z. These will come into our, see how quickly that loads everything? I could easily be out of a trade. We got, buying, pulling and stacking, and these are not anything to write home about here. This is the heat map. Doesn't really work that well, in my opinion. But this is a fantastic dome as far as speed. This is pulling and stacking. These are the inside orders when they're coming across, how the execution's been. This is what was executed the last time it was at this price. Yeah, I could easily trade my way into or out of a trade over here. No problem. Got some other goofy stuff going on. This is the heat map beginning to plot. It's real clunky compared to, excuse me, compared to Bookmap. Real clunky. That's one of the problems, And you center and do all kinds of stuff. They do have a charting facility, which is real rudimentary. And to be honest with you, it's been so long since I looked at this damn thing. I used to trade with this exclusively. Back in the day, I didn't use Bookmap. I used IRT and Jigsaw. And for a period of time, Sierra chart and Jigsaw. Oh, man. Sorry, Richard. I hope you got one scale off at least. So you scratched, right? I hope. Or we're trailing up, whichever, whatever you were doing to lock in your profits, whatever kind of trade management you were using. So there you have it. Jigsaw, IRT, Bookmap fell over. I've got a way out the door. Absolutely. The way I look at it, I have three ways out the door. Now, if Rhythmic takes a crap, then you're in trouble. Then you better absolutely be sure that you're using server-side stops and profit targets, and you've got them all in immediately on order when you execute, because that's the only thing that'll save you. Obviously, all of these alternatives that I have here are one against the other through Rhythmic data. So I could get out by executing directly with Rhythmic. I could get out directly executing with Jigsaw, or I could get out or do whatever I need to do with IRT. But if Rhythmic falls over, or your internet goes down and everything's out, then Houston, you have a problem. I'm certainly not going to try clicking anything here and get in an order that I'm not, that was not intentional. You can see how the balls are starting to develop over here, and it's the delta division, red and green. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. This is my jigsaw. The Now I do not have, I hope, trading strategies or live trading activated. The last thing I want to do is get in a trade that I'm not planning on here. And over here you see the trade control panel with the entry types and flat and do all of that stuff. I thought there was a way to make that turn that off and on, I thought. I definitely don't want some stupidness to be going on here. You can set up brackets, but not as, let me rephrase that. I'm not as clever at setting up jigsaw brackets as the multi-brackets on Bookmap. And look at us go here, huh? And you can see how long it's been since I had this set up. I don't have this even remotely reflecting the same configuration that I have on my Bookmap. I thought you needed to click this thing here. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember how to do that. I thought you clicked here to trade settings, act live trading off and on. I'm not sure, but boy, we are coming back strong here for some reason. I guess that's pretty much what we did yesterday. Now this is the order book. Where'd the mouse go? Here's the order book. This is pulling and stacking. What was traded here? I mean, this is what was traded the last time we came through this price level. This is the pulling and stacking. Same case for over here. And these are the volume profiles bid against ask. Which is not very handy really anymore. I haven't opened this thing in a long time. Oh, look at here, I could put in my session prices from my RT. That's amazing. I didn't know that. I guess. An auction vista. This sets up all of this. This is what they call auction vista, their version of the heat map. Yeah, I don't know how to. You can see that I was messing with this the last time after I just started with Bookmap. And I was thinking about those colors and not that nonsense. I don't know. I haven't looked at it for such a long time. It might be worth leaving it up. I think this is the chart. I think. I don't even remember how to do it anymore. Should open a chart. There is charting that you can do, like, you know, candlesticks or whatever the hell they are. Renkos or something. Now remember how the scale is real big, right? So this is 99. That's only 4 handles across that entire range. That would be really no good as far as I'm concerned. The way I look at the market now, this is when I was trying to have it big so I could trade off a dome. And I can see right now why I didn't do very well, because what's your perspective? Crazy. I don't know what that's doing. I don't remember anything about this thing, to be honest with you. Oh, that's this. Okay. That's how spread out this is. And what this interval is doing, I don't know. Percent of here, maybe? Yeah, I guess that's how jammed up they are. Ha! I got no idea, my brother. Well, there's Bookmap. Bookmapping along. And I don't remember how to do anything, obviously. Power meters, something, I forget what. This is supposed to turn off and on the trade panel. Doesn't seem to want to do it. Something's not right there. I don't know what it is, but seems like you could turn this off and on, and that would activate or deactivate the trade control panel, which is this little goodie over here. I would have to play with this for a while to get back to up to speed with it, and I'm not sure how to turn on the charts either. Oh wait, I know something that may be the case. Here's the strategy manager where you set up your brackets. Right there. Where am I? Yeah, there we are. I think this is a chart. Yeah, there we go. I hope that's not over here. Let's see what happened. Oh, here we go. So here is a bunch of different chart types you can use. Let's just see what the hell we've got. That doesn't look very good. That's a 30-minute something or another chart. What the hell is that all about? I got this all figured out, don't I? I have no clue what this thing is doing. Well, I would have thought there'd be a chart zooming around here somewhere. A 30-minute chart. This is the heat map, like Bookmap. It's got happening. And this is the chart, which is supposed to be plotting a chart. It used to work. Okay. Data and chart type indicators. Well, okay, candlestick. Session. No, I don't want that one. I don't know why that's not doing something over here. I guess I got to set that up somewhere else again. Boy, I've forgotten a lot about this bad boy. I can safely say I don't remember squat about it. Doesn't seem like it wants to know about this session here. There's supposed to be a drop down and nothing going on there. Oh, well, there's market profile works. Oh, there you go. Market profile. Isn't it cute? I don't know why that meant those candlesticks weren't working. That's pretty weird. I wonder if there's a Renko floating around here somewhere. I gotta go. Or the boss gets mad at me. There's something wrong here. This session thing is not right. There's a wrinkle working there, but there's no wicks on them. And how you set up the session, I think that's here. I think. Let's see if I'm right. Session. Session name BMD. This is when I was in Kuala Lumpur. That's how long ago it's been since I set this thing up. Okay. Okay. Well, that ought to be right. So there you go. There's a Renko chart, but now, and here's the different session breaks. Wonder why we couldn't see the candlesticks a minute ago. Oh, there they are. Okay, now it's working. So here's the candlestick charts. And here's the heat map. And there's the dome. Trade your brains out. I wonder if Bookmap's got its shit together again. I don't know. I'm going to go forage for food here and let this mess run a little bit. Shut that chart off. Bring up something meaningful here. There's a little something more meaningful for y'all to watch. And I'm going to go see if I can rustle up some grub. Well, they get it sorted out yet? Hey, Panda. So here's one of the problems with Jigsaw, in my opinion, as far as the heat map goes. You can't really. Panda, come on. Can't really. Actually, you can scroll back and forth pretty well, but you can't zoom in. Okay, thank you, Jigsaw. Me too. I'm yawning too. Yeah, I don't see where that does anything. Okay, Jigsaw. Well, wow. I'm going to shut you down now if I can find out how. Remember how. Wow. Disconnect. Well, there's that. I wonder if Bookmap ever got its act together. This will be the first day I won't have a Bookmap recording. First active trading day that I won't have a complete recording of that for, I don't know, a couple of years maybe. That's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So I guess everybody knows that Bookmap fell over today, and I just took advantage of it and took a nap, to be honest with you. Be completely honest. And here we are in the world famous Power Hour now. This is really pathetic, or disappointing, I should say, not pathetic. It's a real mess. It doesn't even show a break here for the sessions. There we go. Okay. There's where it fell over. There's where that beautiful IB failure or IB continuation trade signal right there. And it had fallen over right up here. So that was the end of me and Bookmap today. As a result, the stream. What in the hell actually happened? I don't have any. No, every time it would lock up, I couldn't save. None of these statistics are correct. All of my stuff that I had done pre-market, which you can see on the stream, if you go back to the around 8 o'clock, are gone. As far as the statistics and the VPO, all of these migrating VPOC stuff. And these statistics, these are all from yesterday. See here? This is yesterday's previous RTH high. Yeah. I don't think any of these statistics are correct. I know they're not. No, because the IB high was up here. So these would be the stats for day before yesterday from early this morning. And then I would have nuked them here, nuke them, like I do every morning. Get those out of there so I don't get all confused here. Where's our open right there? I'm not going to go back and do all these again. That's pretty stupid, but I am going to put a few reference lines back in here, at least of migrating VPOCs. You can see that we've just continually migrated lower. Okay. Well, fortunately, IRT doesn't tip over. You can see what we've done here. Now, this is pretty interesting to me. Yeah, it bears out. You see that we did not come back down and revisit this micro composite VPOC level yet. And whether we will or not, I don't know. And you can see pretty much where that is right here. There's a huge pile of liquidity laid up down here. Well, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to, I just made use of my time otherwise. Gotten quite a bit accomplished with the back testing. That's been real great. Got my jigsaw out and dusted it off. So basically the idea I was putting forward here was, obviously, we depend really heavily on our technology, right? And so you've got to know a couple of things that are real important. And today's a great example. Absolutely never enter a trade which is not a full bracket. And that means you've got a stop and profit targets. Your stop may get run over if something dramatic happens, but a stop market turns into a market order the minute it's touched by price, meaning that it will get executed at the best price, but it doesn't guarantee exactly what the price location is. It could be below it or above it, depending on how, with a lot of slippage, but it will be executed. Profit targets are resting orders, and they can jump right over the top of them, but the profit target is one thing. Stop target is something that you absolutely don't want to have, that you do not want to miss putting in the market. And the next important part is you need to talk to whoever your trading facility is, whether it's Bookmap or IRT or, Tweedledee or Tweedledum, whatever application you're using. Make damn sure in writing from them that all of the stops and targets are server side, meaning that if the system falls over, they're living over there on a co-located server somewhere right next to the service, to the exchange. So I was going over the various ways I could get out of a trade. First of all, if I were in a trade, it's also available on IRT. And I've got it set up to cancel flatten. I could get out by, close all, flatten all in Rhythmic. Jigsaw can log on and do that. Now, that's assuming that everything, you see, all of these platforms that I'm talking about right now are powered by Rhythmic data. If Rhythmic falls over or your internet goes off, somebody, your kind neighbor cuts down your fiber optic cable, whatever. That's where it's absolutely tantamount that you have your server, that you have all of your orders server side. All right. So there's all of that. Let's take a quick look at the at this backtesting story, which has been working out kind of interestingly. First of all, let's see where we are with. Well, we've picked up volume again. This has been happening a lot lately. When we open real light and then come back to around 100, 110%. This is volume compared to average volume at this same time of day. Look at what's happened with our ATR up here. Got up as high as 6. This is points per 1 minute candlestick, or a 5 minute candlestick. And down here again. Now here's where we are now. So backtesting has worked out okay. This is the backtest engine. And my backtesting chart. I've been making some progress. Now this is today's trade. So these signals are firing off on today, right? And here is the signal that fired properly. Now I'm starting to plot the signals. So I'm going to have A, B, and C because there's 3 rules that I'm using for entries. These are only for my visual confirmation. Okay, I know that the backtest and the signals have no connection with the lines on this chart or these letters or signals over here. What these are give me a visual reference to confirm that the signals are in the right place, it's the right bar, and when I plot this backtest to the chart, I can see, well, let's just start with an example. So the first signal is the IB stat. The rule for the IB stat, in this case, the IB low, is that there's the candle, there's the open, and there's the close through the initial balance. That's correct. And also a criteria is that the candle before this one, or the bar, whatever you call it before here, the open was higher than the close, and the low is above the IB low. So this is a correct A signal. And also you'll notice that these lines start right here out in the middle of space. That means that is exactly 930. If I see a signal over here, something's wrong because we haven't set the IB yet. The next will be the B pattern. Now we would not, with the current rules that I have for the IB continuation short, the rules that I've been testing, we would not have taken a trade today. Because the next rule says that we pull back to this area within this zone and then trade back up to within this zone. This is close, but it's backwards. And I don't have rule 2 coded yet, but this bar could actually satisfy it. The high, the open is above the low. The low, or the close, the low is within the zone. And then the trigger is that the high is within 1 point of the IB high or low. So this could be the trigger, and that would signal a short, and down we go. Now, obviously this is for back testing, but this could also be just pushed straight ahead, you know, forward for trading, for algorithmic trading. And I'm curious to see, so let's keep, this is today, let's keep an eye on these. You see what I said, this could be, I'm not sure visually because of the thickness of these lines, if this bar actually qualifies. This one would qualify, I think, if I remember the rules right. So let's, first of all, change the back test from 500 days to 1. We don't need to look about that. I don't need it to calculate all that stuff at the moment. And then let's push that to the chart. Nope. It did not. There's no trade here. Let's see if we find a trade somewhere. See all the signals here. Something doesn't look right, smell right here. I see the signals like crazy, but I'm not seeing any trades over here. There's one. Here's a trade, here's a trade, here's a trade. Wow, what's the deal here? There's one. Now, I had just started doing these. These are IB consolidation or continuation trades, and actually this would be an IB failure here. But let's see why this took a trade here. Piece of shit. You see why I like to do this programmatically? Doesn't seem right to me. Something's not right here. This is an IB long, and it see if I'm right here somehow or another. Okay. So here's the IB signal there. Here's the pullback to the range right here. Or the, yeah, pullback to, up to the range. Down to within the 1 point, and it goes long. And it gets stopped out. Now, it goes long and it gets the first profit target all at once. And then scratches. That doesn't seem very right though. Let's do this. Let's do a back test of a few days and see what happens. I was doing some testing around here for rod and I'm not sure if I got everything back to normal. Let's do 50 days. Okay. $17 trades, 68 contracts. We had 17 trades, 5 winners. I'm going to find out over here that this is going to be 5 losers. And that means that 7 were scratched, 29% win rate, average of 1.28 profitability. That's exactly correct. At $750 is the perfect winning. I mean, that is my risk neutral 2-lot package maximum win rate and when I hit both targets. And this is the loss, so that's correct. And this gives you the complete trade breakdown per day. Scratch, winner, scratch. It's got to be end of day. Yep, this is an end of day exit right there. So we got a long, let's see if we get some shorts along here somewhere. I've got something when I was moving these back and forth for rod. I think I've tweaked something incorrectly because I'm only getting longs here. You see that? So that's how it works, and it gives me great confidence. Hello? 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 Negative. Thanks for calling. Take my number off the list, will you please? Thank you. Well, that was fun. I hardly ever answer those calls, and that's a great reason why. They're always some sort of scam or who knows what. Nothing I'm interested in, that's for sure. So let's see why the short didn't work. Boom, bitty boom, bitty boom. This is the trade management piece. Short stop. Oh wait, I'm going to start with the beginning. Start with this first IB stat short. Completely wrong. Yeah, this is what's messed up. Okay, so I'm going to, oh, we've rounded the curve. Here we go. All right, great. We are around the corner for the last 30 minutes. I will be pulling the stream down at 1500 as usual and back on tomorrow at 0800 for the pre-market and setup and reports, analysis of reports, what we did overnight, what our expected trade would be for the open in the morning. Looks like Bookmap has stopped falling over. Stopped falling over here. That's a good thing, I guess. This was kind of funny this morning. I don't know whether you can see this very well on the stream, but it's on the stream quite vividly. Someone had liquidity laying out here every 2 ticks. And they got here and they just dropped through them. Bam, 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 traded them all out. What the purpose of that would be? You can still see, well, here. You can still see right where they came in the market. And right where they came in the market and every 2 ticks. All the way down. It's pretty interesting. And what would be the purpose of that? Who the hell knows? Somebody wanted to take out, thought he could get him to take him out on the way down and obviously did so. My guess would be that was somebody that got along last night up into here somewhere at the highs and then at the overnight high, which is I think quite a ways above us. What's this? Previous high. Yeah, these stats are all screwed up too. The overnight high was right here. They got probably short there and then were able to pick up all this profit, I guess. That's all I could figure out that was. Oh, good. Let's hope Bookmap has a nice, quiet evening. So there we go. Let's do the recap was Bookmap fell over about somewhere around 10:30. Before we had taken out the IB stat, we tested right here. Didn't take it out. Here it is official, and then a really nice IB continuation signal, but there was a problem with the MBO data. I don't know if I took a screen snap or not. Yeah. This was just complete and continued. You couldn't get away from this pop-up. The MBO data was crying about some inconsistency with MBO data, and it was unusable. So I struggled with it for a little while to let it get its act together, and finally just gave up and started having fun getting out the old dusting off Jigsaw and all those other ones. Looking at my backtest stuff, and now here we are. We have had a couple of VPOC migrations here for all you folks that trade that. I don't. And don't ask me why I'm doing this. It's just a habit, right? And I am definitely OCD, or a creature of habit, that's for sure. There we go. What's our profile look like now? We went directional. We started the day fairly directional here, and then we kicked it through and put a distribution down below. We still haven't gotten down here and touched this VPOC, MCVPOC. Pretty much did a repair job on this string of singles down here from about 5 days back. If who knows, you know, what's that mean? I don't know. So we'll have our market on close orders at 1450 as usual. And remember that the market has just been trading merrily along and couldn't care less what happened to Bookmap or what we traded or what we didn't trade. All right, around the horn we shall go now. Much as I hate to look at this anymore. These are my news sources. This is Financial Juice, and this is my old standard investing.com. I prefer it because it's a much cleaner look to me, especially for screen snapping or sharing. This is the economic calendar. You can set up the filtering for however you want. You're trying to make you hungry over there. This is what we have left coming up here for the reporting in the week. Pretty busy tomorrow. Durable goods, initial jobless claims, existing home sales. Some talking feds, GDP. These are all real important numbers that the Fed is watching closely. And then Friday we have the core PCEs. And the usual on the Michigan number, which is always a big one. This has market moving potential, and a lot of eyes are watching this Michigan consumer sentiment. The other one and this is free, by the way. The other one that I use for reporting or for news is Financial Juice, which is not my favorite, but it is handy in another way. This is the docket, kind of, and here's tomorrow. Calendar, much like investing.com, but over here it's more of a squawk box feel. This is what the market is dreading right here, and this is what certain folks are trying to refuse to believe, you know, kind of like some people now, well, I guess some people always believe that if they say something enough times, it'll be the truth. You know, they'll believe it, and they'll convince others to believe it as well. So, yeah. That's, I think, kind of the way that the dystopia that we're in, that we're living in at the moment. It's like, what? where did you, what earth are you living on, you know? And this is where this kind of a squawk boxing method is where we will see the market on close orders pop up here at like this one. They'll be popped up at 1450. So that's pretty much where we are. Not much to talk about in terms of recap because, you know, here's the day, pretty obvious. If you're new, this is the magical blue line, the secret sauce, baby, right here. This is just a vertical line that I put at the start of every session, and it's 100% only for my visual clue. When I glance left or, you know, in my peripheral vision, if I don't see this blue line, I know I need to adjust myself because my goal here is to have the entire chart or the entire session in view. That way I never lose perspective on the context of the day, which is the most important, probably well, in my opinion, it's the most important thing to be aware of. Yeah, so back to this, always being firmly rooted in the context of the day and letting that be the initial criteria for your trading is real important, and I think make a huge difference in your trading success. And you can even look at it in a higher, you know, perspective. We've been trading up all this way, right? So that's it. So yeah. Do you want to be part of the attacking army or the retreating army? Or team, or, you know, whatever reference you makes sense to you. I'm hopeful that everything continues all right. I reset Bookmap every night at between 1600 and 1700, and then it runs all night. And hopefully it'll be. Of course, I had done so yesterday, and it had run through the entire evening. Ready for the reset in the morning, which we didn't get. Here is yesterday's RTH, ETH high. There's yesterday's RTH. Yesterday, or this day, yesterday evening's ETH, and our RTH high open here. And unfortunately, not a piñata. Okay, so yeah, it's another day. What the hell, you know? The market is a continual stream of opportunities. There's no such thing as a missed up opportunity. There is only the next one. And you don't trade one day, well, that's okay. You didn't trade that day. There's something to I thought I'd created a new chapter marker, hotkey marker for this, but I should do that again. This is a real valuable truism that is contrary to a lot of people, depending on how and where you were raised. In trading, your reward is in no way directly related to effort. Well, it is in a remote way. There's the old adage that luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And that's, to a certain degree, that's true. If you've been watching the markets a lot, you have a good plan in mind, you've done your back testing, you've got vetted setups, and the market presents an opportunity, and you take that and you gain reward from it. In a sense, that's the same because you put out a lot of effort over the time, over some period of time, to develop that trade plan and those skills. But what I'm talking about here is it's not like a 9-to-5 job, right? You don't get paid if you work 10 hours today or 2 hours today. You might make more than if you work 12 hours today, if your work is correct and done properly. In other words, a lot of real successful traders don't remotely trade every day. They don't even come to the office sometimes because if they have a sense of what the market is going to be like. And that is a real valuable thing to take on board. Take care, Richard. You bet. My pleasure. That's a real valuable thing to take on board. And it's also it also tells you that it's a reason to make your effort count, Don't just click that mouse like you're killing snakes. Take high probability, previously vetted, well understood trades. Make each time you expose your account to risk in the market, there is a very, very good reason to do so. And that's a fact, Jack. So here we go. There is our market on close orders. That was about a whole lot of nothing, wasn't it? Look at there. Beer, nothing. And not bad. What's all this? China agreed to something. So we're going to, I don't know who gives a shit? TikTok. Okay, great. Okay, super. That's all good information, but it doesn't have much to do with me or us as traders. This does. These are market on close imbalance. And this is read as follows. 1,618,000,000 buy side imbalance on the S&P 500. This is market on close. 1,340,000,000 buy side imbalance NASDAQ 100. What the hell? Dow 30, 692 million buy side, and Mag 7, 956 million, all buy side. What is all this bullshit? Okay, they're begging Apple to buy into them. Okay, great. I guess the thing that Intel would have that could be attractive is, to these companies to invest is that. Yeah, absolutely, Richard. There's three. There's very definitely three positions: long, short, and flat. Absolutely. And often, I think for sure, because you've been around the stream here a while, that flat is probably the one I trade the most, because I am, especially with this vetting process, which is making me crazy. That's why I'm excited about this and very encouraged about the backtesting thing, because I broke that backtesting doing some stuff for Rod. He wanted to know what the difference was in my risk neutral backtest compared to all in, all out backtest. And then the next question he had was, how did it stack up to all in, all out, only 6 points rather than 12 on my runner? The ironic part to me was that the risk, it was encouraging to me actually, a risk neutral trade setup, as I have it right over here somewhere, right there. What the hell's going on? Oh, look at this. Multi-brackets are gone. Yeah, I forgot about that. Look at this. When this reset, everything was gone. With the risk neutral scale at 12 ticks and then the 48 tick runner, actually made more money, slightly more money than all in, all out. So there you go. That makes me feel extra better. Yeah, this is from restarting every time. I certainly wouldn't be taking a trade anyhow, but. So there you go, boys and girls. What a day, huh? I'm going to close her down and then I'll be back in the morning at 0800 as every morning. The stream was doing just fine. If you're interested in the pre-market or whatever happened at the open or something like that, help yourself. And the stream has continued all day. It was just when this drama started with Bookmap, I very wisely realized I'm not going to try to get mixed up with that mess. And here we are. Here we are at the 6 minutes to the close, cash close. The purpose for the stream being 7 hours is complete transparency and accountability. You'll also notice that I stream the entire monitor, so you can see any open program below here. And you can see the hour, minute, and seconds, and the date, which ties back to Bookmap and also over on the other side to IRT. The purpose of all of that is transparency and accountability. On the IRT side, you have the date. It's Wednesday the 24th, and there's the time, and here we are. Here's the time we're trading. So, you shoot your best shot. I suppose if I wanted to really be tricky about it, I'd have a clock somewhere around here. I see a lot of people with the market clock or whatever going on, but it's not that important. But I don't ever want to have any question in my own mind. And another important consideration is this is my virtual trading journal. I am not monetized in any way. Likes, subs, chat, stuff in the chat's all is the reward I get out of the stream as far as from your side of YouTube. But it is my virtual trading journal. I don't have to screen snap and type and all those things. I believe journaling is important. And everything that I'm seeing on my monitors is captured on the video. And everything I'm thinking, I try to give insight to that through my voiceover. Take that one step further. If I was trying to rig something or do something like most of these, rearview mirror traders or internet influencers, in other words, why would I want to bullshit myself? It doesn't make any sense. That's not the point here. The point is to further develop and support my virtual or my trading business as opposed to video game or scam or con or making a living off of YouTube. I mean, hey, if everybody wants to give me $1,000 a minute, that's great. YouTube wants to pay me $20,000 a month, I'm happy to take it. But that's not the point. And I don't imagine that's going to happen. Here we go again with another string of orders stacking down here. Huh. I try to keep my, come on, get away. I try to keep my price level at a point high. In other words, in between each number is 4 ticks, in case you don't know about futures. And I insist on keeping the entire session in view. So that gives me a continual, regular sense of scale. And we're going to regularly close here in a minute and a half. And yeah, then I'm on to put on my school bus and school run soccer dad hat and cook breakfast and stuff like that. Or food for an honor. Around the horn we go. We didn't take out that. No, or what do I expect we will? The MCVPOC. Crazy looking day, huh? Boom, there's where it all fell apart. It all blew up Missoula right there. Okay. $30 seconds. Ooh, drum roll, please. Music fell off. I'm not going to restart that. Going into this with a whimper, eh? Not going to be any closing swing trade to write home about right here. See how those market on close orders jamming around price? No real big orders laying out. Here's a 400 lot down here at 80. There was a 700 lot up here this morning on the upside. And there we have the cash close, boys and girls. What an exciting, fun-filled, rhythmic fell-over day. Okay, great. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Smack the thumbs up and the subscribe and whatever else on your way out the door. That'd be a huge help. Remember that this fact, this truism, your brain, your health, your mental state, your physical conditioning is way more important to your trading than all the monitors and special charting packages and hoop-de-doo that you ever could imagine. If you're on tilt, if you didn't get a good night's sleep, if you're, are not properly hydrated, haven't done some exercise so you're not just a slug, that will have a greater impact on your decision making and your reaction time and all of those things, which is what really, remember who's really doing the trading. It's really you, unless you're an algo wizard, and then, you know, call me. But, so that's really important. And I'm going to take my own advice now. Remember that the stream is every morning at 8 o'clock, and we stream for 7 hours. I stream for 7 hours. These session prices here, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap or wherever, I share freely and openly with anybody who could use them. They can put them in a cloud note column as I do here. They can be on these indicators like this, and it's free, you know. So drop something in the chat, subscribe and like, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. Now there's a lot of people use them. A lot of people in the TLab and Statistic and other places use those every day. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday evening, and it goes continuously until Friday afternoon. You know, assuming something doesn't break with my data or my machines. So have a great evening. Get some health. Get away from the screens. Turn things off. Get outside. That big bright ball in the sky out your window is the sun. Go out and have a look at that. Go out and do something. Have a great night. And, you know, sorry for the drama with Bookmap. What are you going to do?